Hello everyone, welcome back to the Discord Racing Association International Endurance Championship. My name is Joe90, I'm your host for this race at Daytona. It is the 3 hours of Daytona. We are back for our second season here. We have 9 LMP1s ready to go for qualifying. It is elimination qualifying today, so we will be seeing at least 2 of these LMP1s eliminated at the end of this 20-minute session. There have been some rule changes going into qualifying. We are going to be running a lot lighter fuel load on these cars. The car's going to be starting with 30 litres of fuel loading, which means that it is a lot easier to set a fast lap than it was last season as well. There is a couple of important changes and additions to be seen. There is some changes in the LMP1 class and who's running what equipment. WSR have swapped to the Porsche 919 and BNR have swapped to the Audi R18. We've also got a couple of new entries here. They are all fielding Porsches, interestingly enough. And without further ado, I will be starting qualifying now. So qualifying here at Daytona last season was a rather close affair. The split between LMP1s was a matter of a couple of seconds between about 7 or 8 LMP1s. So it's a matter of about 2 seconds between the top drivers and the very bottom. And hopefully we'll see just as close of a qualifying session here today as well. So we have 9 LMP1s here split into 3 Audis and 6 Porsches. The 3 Audis are leading us off to the start of... Oh my goodness, we've already got an incident. Bolden, last season's champion, hard into the wall as a result of his teammate on the outlap of the qualifying session. That is far from ideal. Fortunately, where they were only a couple of corners into the outlap, it won't impact Bolden's chances of grabbing pole here by much. However, that is not what we want to be seeing this early on. Now Alvarez rounding out onto the back straight, or actually onto the tri-oval even here. Just about to start his first flying lap. Coming into turn 1 in these LMP1 cars, you're hard on the brakes, you're trying to get as close to that inside wall as you dare. And then you start chasing the car down towards the first of the 2 horseshoes, hard on the brakes again, hard back onto the accelerator, fighting the hybrid, and Alvarez goes deep into the grass coming off the horseshoe. That is going to cost him crucial time at the start of this lap. Here we can see the first of the Porsches, WSR Finn, qualifying this car. The change in manufacture for WSR, the welcome one after last season, the R18 proving quite troublesome at some circuits. Behind him is one of the new entries, Flash, followed by Sparkane, Creppy, Favre, Ruben and Bolden bringing up the rear at the start of his first flying lap after that shunt with his teammate on his outlap. Two Audis leading the field on their first fast laps. Alvarez will be the first car to set a lap time here a 1:35.2. Kabinski, a 1:33.3. Finn, a 1:33.1. Showtime, a 1:33.3 as well. Sparkane, a 1:33.8. And back to the pit lane, interestingly. This new fuel setting allowing for a little bit more flexibility in these cars. Now that we also have setup enabled for this season, it's critical for drivers to really refine their setup in the warm-up. However, with this lower fuel load, it also introduces an interesting strategy element where drivers can go back to the pit lane, make an adjustment, and come back onto track and try and set a faster lap again. Finn almost half a second purple there as he clips the wall. No damage to the Porsche just yet. He is absolutely flying at this stage. Bolden currently fastest, 1:33.1. Is he improving at all? Bolden, 2.5 tenths purple in the first sector alone. This is going to be an absolutely barnstorming lap for Bolden. Alvarez sets a 1:33.4, bumping him up to 5th place, just above the cut-off line, the cut-off being 7th place here. So we could see 2 cars eliminated. Ruben about to set his first flying lap of the afternoon here. Just coming through the Le Mans chicane and back onto the banking of the speedway. Will we see the Spanish driver grab pole from Bolden? A 1:32.9, the new fastest lap from Showtime Favre. Grabbing pole from Bolden as things stand. A 1:33.5 from Ruben puts him P7 right on that cut-off line. Bolden improves to a 32.6, taking another 3 tenths out of the last pole lap. He really is a man on a mission at this point. He is determined to start this season off well with another pole. Now on board with Finn. He's just rounding out through Speedway Turn 4 at the moment, coming up to the fastest point on the circuit, crossing the start-finish line. Finn goes second, a 1:32.607, 1,000th off of Bolden. That is the closest I have ever seen these two drivers be, and it is the closest we have ever seen any two drivers be in any qualifying session here in DRA. Alvarez now up to 4th, that last lap a 1:32.9. Not improving so far on this lap, however, plenty of time left in the session, 13 minutes left for him to find some time. The top 4 now split by just under 1.5 tenths as Favre sets a 1:32.7. Ruben setting a 1:33.3, staying P7 for the time being in that Porsche. Sparkane not improving on that last lap. Creppy not improving either. Could we see Bolden or Finn, or could we see Kabinski on pole? This is going to be fantastically close here. Kabinski 7,000ths purple coming onto Speedway Turn 3 and 4. The big question now is, can he continue this momentum and improve his lap any further? Kabinski 1.5 tenths faster. Alvarez committing to the pit lane to change tyres and possibly put some more fuel in the car. Now the question is, will Bolden respond to Kabinski with that lap? 4.5 tenths down, so I doubt there's going to be a response this lap. Bolden may choose to commit to the pit lane and change the tyres and just get into some slightly freer air, as he is stuck behind the P8 car of Sparkane. Yeah, there we are. Bolden committing to the pit lane there to just get into some freer air. Kabinski, 1:32.435 is the lap time to beat at the moment. Currently a 1-2 for NTRXUS Racing. Showtime Favre also opting to reset the car, come out of the pits again, possibly with another adjustment, as the aerodynamic adjustments are enabled for this round. Just under half the session has elapsed now, 9.5 minutes so far. Showtime Favre just driving out of the pits. Ahead of him is Bolden, last season's champion, and currently fighting for the pole with his teammate here at Daytona. Now Bolden on his outlap, just kicking up some grass there, taking a little cut through the grass on his outlap, coming onto the speedway banking, just starting to build the speed back up for his next attempt at a flying lap. Hopefully with slightly freer air now, we will be able to start seeing some improvements in lap times. Bolden just coming around the horseshoe, a little bit of curb there. Coming down to the first sector line, a tenth and a bit down. Coming around the second horseshoe, the wind is slightly dropping off now, so we are going to see a slight change in pace for some of these cars. Obviously with the aerodynamic adjustment, some of these cars slightly more sensitive than others. The Porsche, quite sensitive to aerodynamic adjustments. The Audi, also relatively sensitive, however not so sensitive as the Porsche. Bolden now 4 thousandths down on his previous best lap. Ruben grabs second. Bolden taking a bit much grass there. Coming around to the start-finish line, 600ths down on his best lap. That's unfortunate. Little over 7 minutes left in this session. Whoa, 1.5 tenths. Where did that come from, Bolden? 1.5 tenths purple in the first sector. That is a large gain all of a sudden. The question is can anyone match that? Kabinski coming to the line on an outlap, starting his next flying lap. Ruben also on a flying lap. Can he do anything about Kabinski? Ruben's out of fuel. He's going to have to pit and fill that Porsche up. Bolden now coming down to the Le Mans chicane, taking it absolutely flat. Half a second purple at the final sector line. Can he contain that momentum and continue onwards and grab pole here? Bolden grabs pole by 0.4 of a second, a 1:32.0. That last adjustment clearly working in his favour. The next question is what's happening to Finn? He is on an outlap at the moment. He is the next best contender for pole position here at the moment, I feel like. He was 1,000th off Bolden earlier. Can he bring that gap down anymore? Alvarez just on a flying lap here as well now. Question is, can he improve at all and find any more pace? A small snap of oversteer there coming out of turn 1. Another small snap of oversteer coming out of turn 2. Alvarez is running that car extremely light on fuel load, and there's no surprise that he's 0.3 down at the first sector line with how much that car's moving around underneath him. Can he find any more time to gain on show time? Half a second down now. I think he may need to put some more fuel in that Audi R18, or possibly even make an adjustment before continuing to do laps. Meanwhile, Finn going quite deep into the grass there off the first horseshoe. Just about 0.6 of a second lost for him. That is far from ideal. Now, Kabinski, what can he do, if anything, on this lap? 10.5, just over 10.5 improvement, nearly 0.2 improvement so far. Does he have enough fuel to make the end of the lap is the big question. Because at the moment, that Audi is looking extremely low on fuel. Kabinski going 4 wheels off the circuit there. Kabinski opting to reset the car and go again. Bolden staying in the pit lane. He's obviously feeling quite comfortable with his pole margin as things are. Ruben on a fast lap. Never mind, he is in the grass. Seems that whoever I'm looking at is going to be a lawnmower today. Obviously today as well, with the time acceleration we've got here at Daytona, the sun is just starting to set, so we may see towards the closing point of this session some even faster lap times come through. And as I say that, Finn goes purple by 0.03 of a second. Comes through the Le Mans chicane, a little cut onto the grass, he stayed 2 wheels on the curb. Absolutely fine to do that. Half a tenth improvement, that just gets him a little bit closer to Favre. Not quite enough to gain P4 just yet though. .20 has elapsed, so we are going to see some of these laps be the final laps of the session. First couple of cars across the line will be first car across the line is going to be Crappy, I think. Can he improve at all on this lap? No, he can't. Sparkane's still in the pit lane, not improving. Showtime not improving. So the first eliminations of the season go to Sparkane and Creppy, both of which are in Spark Cruiser Racing 919s. Which is interesting, the 919 was an extremely strong car here last season. For both of those two to be eliminated now in that car shows that to some degree whatever adjustment has been made by them didn't work. So no, that's LMP1 qualifying done. In a moment we will be getting the GT drivers into the lobby and ready to go.
You said bring them in now?
In a minute, the timer's still ticking down on the LMP1 lobby. It's the 3-minute timer. Yeah, there we go. It's just ended. Right, you should have 2 screenshots from me now, Husky.
Yep, I've got them.
Cool. Right, in that case, can we have the LMP1 drivers leave the lobby? And then we will have the LMGT drivers in here.
Joe, or is it possible that you can save the replay? Because apparently Sim can't.
I can't either.
Ooh, shit. Okay. Concerning.
Actually, no, I can. I just didn't have the button hit. I've got it.
Thank you. GTs are good to join.
Yeah. Right, I am very quickly live uploading the replay so that we don't forget it. Apologies on the stream for the loading screen. We're just getting the replay uploaded now, just so that we can have it for validation later. Right. Have we got all of the GTs here?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me double check it. Because there were 12 in the qualifying testing lobby.
Because
Fuego just checked out.
Sampa isn't here. Fuego's in the lobby.
I lied.
Yeah, it's
not
Sampa's not in the lobby.
He's joining in a second. His oil was not changing for some reason because the game is tweaking.
What, Sampa or?
Yeah, Sampa.
Okay. I am almost ready to go with LMGT Quali Husky.
Alright, but
right. Everyone's in the lobby, yeah?
13. Yep.
Cool, okay. Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. Sorry, I've got hiccups. Right. We'll be getting quali underway shortly. Right, we're starting quali. Right, so we are underway for the LMGT qualifying session. We have 13 cars entered, so we are going to be eliminating 5 LMGT cars. Clemson leading the field through the start of the infield for 9PP in their BMW M6. Johto following, followed by Husky, followed by WSR Chaos Phil, followed by Fuego, a new entry, followed by Sampa in the BNR M6, followed by Ivan in the other BNR M6, followed by Natty in the other FVR Audi, Sleeping in the JM Trackside Huracan, followed by Barry in the IBR 458, followed by 9PP Crago in the other 9PP M6, followed by Isaac in the second IBR Ferrari, followed by Yauk in the final JM Trackside Lamborghini. It should be an extremely exciting qualifying session. All of these cars should be extremely close given the recent BOP changes made by the developers of this game. Somebody is off. Fuego has gone extremely deep at the chicane. Is going to try and rejoin through the grass into Speedway turn 3. That's going to be extremely dangerous with multiple cars coming behind him. Clemson starting us on his first flying lap. How will he do in this session? This is going to be an interesting session of a wide variety of cars here. We have a Lexus, 2 Lamborghinis, 4 BMWs, 2 Ferraris, 2 Porsches and 2 Audis. A massive variety in both drivetrain and engine position, as well as car design in general. The Lexuses and the BMWs, both front engine cars. The Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche and Audi, all mid-engine cars with a variety in power plants. Lexus with a massive naturally aspirated V8. The Lamborghinis with huge V10s. The Audis the same huge V10s. Both cars sharing that engine in common. The Porsche with the mid-engine flat six. The Ferraris with mid-engine naturally aspirated V8s. As we start seeing the first couple of laps come through, Giotto setting a 1:44.0 and clipping the wall at turn 1 on his second flying lap, getting damage in the process. Ivan also clipping the wall at turn 1. What on earth is going on there? Natty also Sem has damage. What on earth happened there? 3 cars got damage all of a sudden in the same spot.
They may or may not have all just completely drove it into the tire barriers.
Right. Okay. That's going to make this really interesting now. Sampa's taken an interesting decision. He's opted to go for a slightly higher fuel load to start with, in order to see if he can find a bit more control in his M6. Sem leaving the pit lane now. Giotto leaving the pits as well, having repaired the car. Ivan just limping his car back around to the start-finish line. Pretty severe damage on that car. Sampa on his first flying lap, just coming down to the Le Mans chicane, carrying a good amount of momentum through that set of corners. Sampa setting a 1:46 on his first lap, P10 so far. That'll obviously change as we get slightly further into the session. Isaac, currently a 10th improvement, just starting to get that Ferrari wound up, coming through the second horseshoe, a little bit deep on entry. Sam just coming up to the line now on an out lap, starting his first proper flying lap in this run. Slight snap of oversteer on the exit of turn 1. Coming down towards the first of the 2 horseshoes now, hard on the brakes on the left hand side of the circuit, tucking it all the way into the apex, driving it hard off the corner over the exit curb as Giotto gets extremely squirrely off the corner. Zampa down to a 1:45.9. Ivan just coming to start his next flying lap across the start-finish line. Interesting to see both the BNR BMWs opting to take a slightly higher fuel load for this session. Now, let's look at our top 8, because the top 8th is where the cut-off is at the moment. Right now, we have 2 of the 4 BMWs above the cut-off line. Both Lamborghinis, 1 of the Audis above that cut-off, both Porsches, as Clemson jumps up to P3 overall in this LMGT session. The Lexus of Chaosville and Giotto are all above that cut-off line. Below the cut-off line, both Ferraris, both BNR BMWs, and 1 of the 2 FVR Audis. Natty going purple through that back straight section. Just coming down to the Le Mans chicane now, trying to keep that Audi relatively stable through there. Giotto improving to a 1:43.9. And Natty, was that contact? Because he did not get damage. Fuego has massive damage to that Audi R8. What on earth happened there? Natty hit him but didn't get damage. Giotto seeming to struggle a little with oversteer issues at this stage, just marginally. Back of that car, just ever so slightly squirreling around on him. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Sam improving to a 1:44.4 there. Now let's ride actually on board with Isaac for a lap. He's just exiting the Le Mans chicane, so we'll stay on board with him for just a little over a lap at this stage. He's currently 4.5 tenths up. 1:45.0. That puts Isaac up to P9, but it doesn't put him into that critical P8 position at the moment. No, we're about 6 minutes left in this session. This is usually where drivers start to really ramp the pace up a little bit. Joto going to a 1:43.7 there. That was a lap and a half of Daytona Speedway on board the IBR Ferrari. Now let's see where everybody is at the moment. Sampa jumping to P7 on that last lap of 1:44.7 as things are right now. Slight improvement in Sector 1. Now, the big question is, which of the two Finns makes it through? Because at the moment, both of them are making it. However, Craigo is improving, and he is going to put both Sampa and Yalk at risk with this lap. Or not. He improved by 1/10.5, but it wasn't quite enough to put him above the cut line. Has Ivan got any more improvement to offer? 600ths down at the first sector line. Plenty of time left in the lap to find more though. Slight improvement in Sector 2. Now we're into the final couple of minutes of this session. If people want to start setting laps now, that would be the best time to do it. Sampa with nose and suspension damage. Did he do what so many drivers have done already and clip that inside wall? I believe he did. He must have clipped that inside wall coming down to the start finish line. Ivan off in the grass on the infield of the horseshoe. This is going to be interesting. There's a couple of cars that are going to start laps or finish laps with Johto's not going to make it. Several cars have just finished their laps as the timer has run out now. Right. So, the cars that are eliminated. We have Barry being eliminated in 13th position, Fuego being eliminated in 12th, Ivan, one of the two BNR M6s being eliminated in P11, Isaac being eliminated in P10, Craigo, one of the 9P PM6s being eliminated in P9, Yalk just making the cut line by just short of 0.02 of a second, Sampa making it, Clemison making it. There are two M6s in this race, Sem making the cut as well, Natty making P4, the top three, Chaos filling the only Lexus here, and a 1-2 for Nexus Racing with their Porsche 911 RSRs. Alright, and that is the end of the LMGT qualifying session. So, you will save the replay and share it, and then we will be getting ready for the race to start. It is a 3-hour race. It is 8 times time speed, so the drivers will go through a full simulated 24 hours. Husky, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep. Hello.
So we are 5 cars eliminated from LMGT, 2 M6s, 1 from 9PP, 1 from BNR, both of the IBR 458s unfortunately, and 1 of the 2 FVR R8s has been cut as well.
Yeah. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and invite all the players who made it into the PS party real quick.
I'm just uploading the quali replay.
So, I can't remember which of the 9PP guys made it. Was it Clemson who made it? And Craig was out?
2 seconds, I will grab a shot of the results. I didn't manage to grab the results.
I grabbed them. I'm just too lazy to look at it. I will look at it in a minute.
Yeah.
What is Scott in Gran Turismo 4? You, Finn.
Sampa's asking for us to be 5 minutes so that we can sort out so he can sort out restarting his PlayStation and we can sort out the grid.
Yeah, we're good. We got time.
Okay. I am just about to do the well, in a minute when everyone's in, I'll do the lobby reset so that we can custom grid.
I'm missing a few people. I can't remember if I invited some of these players or not. Oopsies. No, Kieran made it. Me! Yeah, that didn't happen.
Husky, who's talking? I can't hear people talking. Is it in Discord?
It's Dom. I'm trying to get everyone into
okay.
the PS party.
Cool. I am just making sure that I've got all of my notes in the right order and everything. Fuego needs to leave the lobby. He did not make the cut on quali. Husky.
Yep, got it. No, I'm going over to PlayStation. I'm just making sure everyone goes over to the PS call. So Natty, go over. Favre, go over. Flash, I don't have you added, so someone else will need to bring you in. Do I have Flash added? No, there's no. I do. I don't. Yeah, leave the Discord call. Join the PS party. Ruben, that means you. Go ahead and go over to the PS.
Who was on pole in LMGT? Was it
Kieran? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 13. I'm missing 2 people. I'm missing Sampa and Flash. That's who. I know Sampa's restarting his thing, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Hang on, I need to grab something because I do not have it and I need it. I did not have a ruler and I need some straight lines for my notes for commentary.
I was about to wonder why you had a ruler.
Sampa is saying that he still can't change oil.
Does it affect... does oil affect when BOP is active?
It can do.
Okay.
It can when it's... it can do when it's extreme. I know that engine wear certainly can affect BOP because I've had it on one of my cars for DGTS.
I see.
The only reason I know is because I took that car to like 11,000 miles of driving and didn't change the engine. And then I basically had to effectively engine swap it so that I didn't have power issues. Because like some cars it might only be 1 or 2 bhp you lose, but some of the cars on GT7, once the engine goes or once the oil goes, like you're down 5 bhp, and at that point it does make an impact.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully he can get his oil fixed.
Yeah. The plan he's doing at the moment is just the backup plan.
I think you need to fix the fuel starting for the race. The initial fuel, it's still at 100 whenever you get a chance to.
What do I need to drop it to?
What is it, default? It's like on the very far left.
Yeah, it is on the oh, it's because I've still got quali mode on, that's why.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Is everybody joined yet, or is... Oh, Sampa's not here still.
Sampa and another isn't here. There's another person who's not here. It's one of the P1s.
While we're waiting, I will switch us over to the right mode. And it should just reset everybody out of the circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, Sampa should be joining shortly. Who are we missing?
Varix is missing from the call, but he'll be fixing that in a second. And then
it's
from
just
the lobby, it's just Sampa. Yeah.
Okay. He is on his way. He's just pinged me to say that he's effectively had to buy another M6, but that's not a major issue because I know he told me the other day how many credits he's got on GT7.
Oh lord, is it like 200 million?
No, a GT3 car is about 1% of his total credit value. It's about he's got about 45 million. So a GT3 car isn't expensive. To be fair, I can't blame him for that either. He does play the game an awful lot, as many of us do. So I'm just gonna hang on. Can you check one of the Discord channels a minute? I've got a question that would be better off asked as a message rather than verbally.
Alright, but just let me know what channel you send it in. This is gonna be on management, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. Right, that's something else that I need to note down.
Alright, Natty's gonna go to the toilet real quick. So, give him a minute before we start.
Is that on? The question I've got is, hang on, I've got one more. Just for clarity.
Let me double check.
Because I don't want to say something wrong and then get caught out on it.
For
that particular thing that we're looking at.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Because he didn't say it was limited, but he also didn't say it was on everything. So.
Okay. We'll just.
I would think it's everything.
Okay. Right. We will start gridding people in. I'll start gridding people in a second. If you could tell me the order, that would be great. What order is LMP1? I know it's Gumball first.
It's. Hang on, I gotta actually pull up the order. Let's see, it's Gumball. Where'd it go?
Hang on. What I'm doing at the minute, I'm doing what I do for DGTS. I'm just shuffling us to roughly the right order to start with.
Messages. There you are. Alright, so in P1 it's Gumball, Finn,
Yep.
and then Favre, Dominic.
Yep. Yep.
Furrow.
Yep.
Flash, and then Alvarez.
Okay. And then LMGT is Johto, yourself, Chaos Phil, and then I want to say it's
Natty.
Sem.
Nope, Natty.
Oh, and Natty, then Sem, I'm thinking.
Natty, then Sem, then Clemson, then Sampa, then Yalk.
Yep, got it. Just to go back over the grid for you with LMP1, Gumball, Finn, Favre, Dom, Ruben, Flash, and then Alvarez, yeah? Is that right?
My dumbass just realized I was muted. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then LMGT, Johto, you, Chaos Phil, Natty, Sem, Clemson, Sampa, Yalk.
Correct.
Cool. Right, we are ready to go in about 2 minutes. Right, so for those of you watching the stream, welcome to DRA. We are here for 3 hours off Daytona. We're about to kick the race off. On pole in LMP1 we have last season's champion Gumball, followed by WSR Finn, followed by Favre, Dom, the other Nexus Racing car P4, followed by Ruben, Flash and Alvarez to round out the LMP1 field. 7 LMP1s here today, 3 Audi R18s, 4 Porsches. In the LMGT category we have Johto leading us with pole, followed by Husky taking a 1-2 for Nexus Racing, followed by Chaos Phil for WSR in the Lexus, followed by Natty in the R8 for FVR, followed by Sem in the JM Trackside Lamborghini, followed by Clemson in the IMB 9PP M6, followed by Sampa in the 3D wrap liveried BNR M6, followed by Yalk in the second JM Trackside Lamborghini.
Alright, hang on. Give me a minute before we start, because apparently my AirPod is being very robotic. So I'm going to join on my phone on this party. I'm going to switch around real quick. So just give me like 2 seconds. It shouldn't take long.
Okay.
Alright, now I've just gotta wait, because my phone has been shit.
Yeah, the audio quality is just dropped off a cliff for you.
Yeah, my phone is apparently struggling with the Wi-Fi for some reason.
Okay. I have the stream open on my laptop. We currently have 13 viewers, so hello to everyone who's watching. I'm Joe90, I'm your host. You can also hear an ever so slightly glitchy Husky in my headset. At the moment, he is going to be our communicating line between myself, the race director and commentator, and the drivers for any questions or issues that may occur in the race, as well as any safety cars, of which we will surely see several. Last time we were here at Daytona, we had 3 safety cars, so hopefully we won't see that many tonight. However, it is entirely possible. We'll be kicking off shortly. We're just resolving some small technical issues.
Yep, alright, we're good.
Your audio is far from good. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I know. Is it like I'm far away, or is it like...
It's really robotic and echoing for me. Yeah. And we already have the first reason of the season for a post-race bollocking. My favourite. For those of you who are in chat, to explain what's going to happen, basically post-race we go through a debrief with the drivers who have taken part, and we just basically discuss what's happened, try and make improvements as we go. Just improving system, stuff like improving the system that we're running, making sure that communication between myself, the race director, and the drivers is nice and clear, and making sure that, you know, everything is reasonable and straightforward. Why is Johto here? Is Johto here because I cannot hear Husky? Yeah, I figured. I'm going to bump your audio up a little bit, because once we get going it'll be a bit difficult, but yeah, otherwise your mic's actually really clear. Yeah, Husky's mic is doing things. So we're getting ready to go. Custom rolling start, so we are going to burn about 4 minutes of race time before the rolling start, if you want to just tell the or as a result of the rolling start, if you want to tell drivers that. We're going to be getting ready to go in about a minute or two. I'm literally just finishing up my notes before we get started. We did brief on the custom rolling start, so it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Just quickly, Johto, can you ask them as well if they're all happy with the double file and everything before we do that? Okay. Yeah, basically between the Sunoco sign and the TV stand on the right of the circuit, that is where the double file point is. So you guys need to be, they need to be double file between those 2 points. If they're not, it's an issue. Obviously, yeah, obviously LMP1 we do have an odd number, so it is expected that we're going to have one person who's starting by themselves on the back row. And that will be Alvarez, so just make sure that he is starting on the inside, because we're going by class position, odd numbers on the left, evens on the right. Yeah, so you're going to be on the left, Johto, because you're an odd number position in your class. Yeah. So the car immediately behind you should be Chaos Phil, followed by Sem, followed by Sampa. And then on your outside should be Husky, and then behind him Natty, Clemson and Yolk. Yeah. As far as the actual race goes, can you just double check with the guys that they know that they've got to use 2 compounds for at least 5 green flag laps each? So they've got to use either softs and mediums, or mediums and hards, or softs and hards at some point. And they've got to use them for at least 5 laps. Right, is everybody ready to go? Right, in that case we'll get going in 2 minutes. Can you just tell them that if the lobby doesn't reset the lobby time, like the in-lobby time to daytime on the start, we'll have to reset the lobby. It should, but just make them aware that if it doesn't, we will be resetting the lobby. Yeah. Yeah, just call red flag and tell everyone to exit out and we'll reset everything. Right, in that case we will be starting in about 20 seconds. Everything all right? Hello? You guys all good? Right, okay. In that case I'll be starting now. Just remember that you're expected to stay about 2.5-3 car lengths on the spacing for the rolling at the start, and then yeah. Right. Yeah. Everybody, get everyone out. Yeah. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. Yeah. Right. We will very quickly. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start us late morning, and just hopefully that it'll be a little bit earlier. Some players are still initialising. I'm just going to start us late morning, so it's a little bit earlier than the planned start, but it should kick the time to where we want it. Yeah, there we go. Everyone get in the circuit and we'll just double check the order. The order looks good. No need to change that, so yeah, we will just now get underway, I think. Yeah. I'll take this moment to get the bit of paper I've got for incidents ready. Can you just double check with Sampa something a second for me, Johto? Can you check something with Sampa? Can you just ask him the very simple question, has he made sure to buy all the tyres? Because he's had to buy a whole new M6 to be able to fix the oil not fixing itself issue. No. Right, in that case we will be getting underway now. Right, so we have the grid rolling for the formation lap. Once we get going, they're all expected to stay at about 100 kph, stay single file. No, it will happen naturally as they accelerate from the double file point. They're going to be going 20 miles an hour faster than you, Johto, you'll be fine. Yeah, you've got to stay at 60, everyone. All of the other guys are expected to... The guys in front, you know, the LMPs, they're going to speed up to about 80. So, got 7 LMP1s here. They're all starting to weave around as we come through the infield here at Daytona, getting ready for the race start. In LMGT, we have 8 cars, 2 Porsches, 2 M6s, 2 Lamborghinis, an Audi and a Lexus. Okay. Just some interesting notes on the start. So we're about to start seeing the double file. Bolden's going to have to ease off a lot so that the guys behind him can come up to him in double file. So yeah, Finn can, just tell Finn he can pull forward ever so slightly more. He can be almost alongside Gumball if he wants to be, just as long as he's not in front. So we have all 7 of the cars ready to go. Sam put a slight issue there on the start. And the LMP1 cars are underway here at Daytona. Bolden leads the field down into turn 1, taking the shallow line. Finn going into turn 1 as well. Dom being forced wide through turn 1 by Ruben. And the LMGT cars are underway now as well. Johto leading from Husky. Phil diving to the inside of Husky. 3 wide coming through turn 1. That is an absolutely massive fight from Phil, as we have Johto deep into the grass, and that is going to be the first safety car of the race. I think Husky spun. He seemed to go into the grass and spin out. We're going to go quick yellow. So basically, because nobody's been lapped, nothing's happened, we're literally just going to keep the order we've got, and as soon as the LMP1s get to the line, they'll go. When the GTs get to the line, they'll go. So literally just no, we're literally going quick yellow because it was the first lap. Natty needs to slow down a lot, by the way, otherwise he's going to run over LMPs. Oh yeah, no, in that case we'll stay yellow then. We'll get the pits open now. Yeah, pit lane's open, because it was literally like we were a third of the way round the lap anyway. We can open the pits now because everyone's there and in the right order. Yeah. So that start was rather chaotic. Gumball was fallen down to P5 in LMP1, Ruben's fallen down, Alvarez has shot up to P4. Natty is leading LMGT, Phil is second, Sem third, Clemson fourth, Yalk fifth. Obviously, Johto, you're pitting. Husky has stayed out. I'd just like to point out, Johto, by the way, that lap doesn't count for your lap on softs because you didn't do a whole one. Yeah. So yeah, that was a really fast safety car. Yeah, we're going to go green this lap. Is everybody in the right order still? I.e., yeah, we're still all in the right order. Yeah, we'll resume the race this lap. just remind the class leaders that they are the control cars for their class. If Finn wants to up it to 80 miles an hour, he can, just so that we get back to green a little bit quicker and we're not wasting time. 130 k's if that's helpful, Johto. Cool. Johto, did you change tyres at all on... Okay. Right. We're underway again in the LMP1 class. Going to be interesting going down into turn 1. A lot of these cars are extremely close together. A little bit of a wiggle there out of some of the cars in the lead. Gumball, currently in 5th, formerly the pole sitter, is going to have to make a lot of time back. And Ruben just had a little bit of a love tap there. No damage for either car. Natty leading the LMGT field down into the first of the horseshoes. Both Husky and Samp are fighting quite a lot into the second horseshoe. Finn leading the LMP1 field still. Favre on debut running P2, Dom running P3, Alvarez running P4, Flash P5, Ruben P6, Gumball all the way down from the lead to P7 in LMP1. He is going to be absolutely furious about that. Natty still leading in LMGT. Phil following him in the Lexus, followed up by Sem and Clemson in the M6, followed by Yalk, Johto, Husky and Sampa bringing up the rear. Finn setting the first fast lap of the day, a 1:35.2, slightly slower than what we were seeing in qualifying, not horrifically slower, but enough to make a difference. A huge snap of oversteer there for Dom coming through turn 2. Finn looking to the inside of Favre. Those three cars having an absolutely huge battle coming down through the horseshoes. Dom currently the Audi filling in an all Porsche sandwich, diving to the inside at the second horseshoe, past Finn, past Favre as well, coming down towards Speedway turn 2, turns 1 and 2. Dom currently has the lead. Finn following closely in second. Favre fighting in the high line for third, tucking now into Finn's slipstream, looking again out to the outside. Finn defending ever so slightly. Alvarez now being attacked by Bolden. Down the back straight. Will Bolden go for the move into the Le Mans chicane? He's looking. He has a look, but he doesn't quite go for it. He stays behind Alvarez. A wise move at that point of the circuit. Bolden now has the drive off the Le Mans chicane. He is now round the outside of Alvarez in Speedway's turn 3 and 4. Ruben now closing up on this fight as well. Meanwhile in LMGT, Natty is leading from Chaos Phil. Giotto back up to P3 after the damage on lap 1. Clemson P4, Yalk P5, Husky P6, Sem P7 and Sampa P8. This LMP1 battle is really hotting up here. Finn is not going to give Favre an inch through this section of the circuit on the road course. More importantly though, all that fighting is going to allow Gumball to catch all the way back up to this pack. Alvarax and Flash now running side by side down towards the Le Mans chicane. Alvarax just dropping in behind Flash going into the chicane. Hopefully he can get a really good run off the corner and allow that hybrid system to drive him past on the banking. Meanwhile at the front, Finn is still all over the rear wing of Favre in front of him. These two are utterly inseparable at this point in the race. The interesting thing here is that the Audi seems to be marginally better on tyres at the moment. Obviously as it goes towards night time here at Daytona, that may change. It certainly did last time we were here in Season 1. The Porsches made a huge resurgence with that lower track temperature and lower air temperature in the night. Chaos Phil now leading for WSR in the LMGT category. Natty currently P2. Giotto P3, Clemson P4, Husky P5, Yalk P6, Sem P7, the other JM Trackside Lamborghini right behind his teammate right now. Currently doing a personal best sector on the first sector by nearly 0.7 of a second. Sampa currently P8. As we see Dom starting the 8th lap, he's soon going to be catching up to the LMGT field and lapping them for the first time. Pardon, Giotto? Oh, okay. Now, the interesting thing here is that the top 4 currently, Dom, Favre, Finn and Gumball are all really close. They all seem to be about 6 or 7 tenths from one another. And they are absolutely flying. Meanwhile, as we look further down the field, tyre choice is starting to play out as a factor. in LMP1. The final 3 cars in LMP1 all started this race on the medium tyre and are all still on that medium tyre now, which is good because it means that they will have completed those mandatory 5 laps on that tyre very shortly. In a matter of about 2 or 3 laps they will have all completed that mandatory tyre stint. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Dom trying to escape from Favre, Finn also there with him, Gumball closing up a little bit as well. We're going to see absolute chaos when they finally catch up to the LMGT field that is only a short distance in front of them now. 4 LMP1s in such a small space combined with GT cars on this circuit can almost reliably generate an incident, if not another safety car. We've already had one brief safety car for 2 laps at the start of this race. It was as a result of the rolling start producing a large incident with one of the N3XUS Racing 911 RSRs in the LMGT class. The important thing to note here as well at the moment is the fact that Dom in the lead, his last lap was a 1:33.7. That means that currently, as things are, Gumball in P4 is lapping about 0.3 to 0.5 of a second a lap faster than his teammate, which means the only thing that you can guarantee at this stage is that Gumball is going to catch up to those 3 cars in front of him and inevitably start overtaking. Meanwhile, a short distance behind him, about 5 seconds, is Ruben, followed by Flash, followed by Alvarez. All 3 of those LMP1s are on the medium tyre. Now this is important because it means that later on in the race, potentially over the night, when the track is cold, they no longer have to run a medium tyre for that bit of the race. Meanwhile, down in LMGT, Natty and Phil are having a massive battle. They've been going back and forth for a couple of laps now for position in the lead of this class, and all that's allowing is for Johto to catch up. Sampa, the first LMGT car to be lapped this season, he's going to have an extremely difficult run through turn 1 because he's going to be being lapped by potentially a 3rd LMP1 car going into that corner, and a 4th as Bolden looks to the outside as well there. That is an absolute gaggle of cars running past him, and now they're all going to start catching up Yalk as well. He now has blue flags. Gumball starting to clear Yalk as well. Meanwhile, a few seconds up the road, we have Sem, and in the back of shot, there he is. Dom is just appearing in the back of shot for Sem here. Dom's going to have an absolute nightmare here because he is only a very short distance ahead of the cars around him. Meanwhile, he's about to have to go past 3 LMGTs that are all fighting for position. The LMGTs, respecting the briefing that I gave them earlier, staying to the low side of the circuit through the banking, allowing the LMP1 cars through. Small off there for Husky. Was that as a result of an LMP1 giving him a helping hand? Clemson just having a little bit of contact with Finn there as well, coming off the chicane. Neither car has damage. However, not exactly what I want to be seeing as the race director. That has allowed, however, Gumball to get all the way back up to 3rd place. He is really charging now, starting to really run down that top 3, the top 2 even now in front of him. Both Showtime, Favre and... yeah, that's going to be, exactly what you think. I know exactly what you're thinking, Johto, because I just saw that. That's, Favre putting himself at extreme risk of a post-race penalty there. Meanwhile, Gumball 2.3 seconds back as a result of the traffic. Finn immediately behind him. Flash just closing up on Husky now to start lapping the LMGTs as well. Ruben has stopped for tyres. He is the first car in LMP1 to make a pit stop so far. He's completed the mandatory 5 green flag laps on that tyre, and he is now going purple by 0.3 of a second through the second sector. Flash also opting to come in and change tyres. It'll be interesting to see what he opts for here. Obviously he's aware that the mediums are either not doing him any favours strategically, or he's got to the point where he knows that he's done the 5 green flag laps and all he wants to do is get those tyres off the car and get some softs on for the rest of the race. Fresh tyres are on. Won't be able to see what they are until Flash exits the pit lane. However, I can almost guarantee that that will be a fresh set of softs going on that 919. And it is a fresh set of softs for Flash. It's an interesting call. Definitely allowing some more strategic flexibility. The question is what will that do for Alvarez now that he is in this position? Does he stay out and stay on these mediums and try and do a pit stop less but risk losing time? Or does he now react by pitting and changing to soft tyres himself? Because Ruben's taken a second out of him so far this lap, and he's only going to take more as those softs come up to temperature. Alvarez opting to stay out, an interesting decision. Interestingly, Alvarez now appears to be not significantly, but he seems to be running marginally quicker in places around the lap than the LMP1s ahead of him that are all now on significantly worn soft tyres. Gumball now starting to catch up Favre and Dom. P1 and P2 are well within Gumball's sights. They're a second ahead of him, so also well within slipstream range. The fastest lap of the race as well, as Gumball starts the 15th lap. This is going to be extremely interesting to see how this plays out, because Gumball obviously has a significantly faster car than the two guys in front of him. But at the same time, they are all in a position where putting a fresh set of tyres on now, if they were to do a pit stop, is going to put them between Alvarez and Ruben. Chaosfield still leading in LMGT. Johto right with him coming down into turn 1. Both of these drivers extremely experienced in LMGT cars in a variety of series. Natty currently running third, also extremely experienced himself in a variety of series. Sampa has now cycled to be ahead of Yalk, who appears to have pitted. both of those cars opting to take the soft tyre as well. Yalk now with damage. What happened? Wait, Johto, what happened? I can't hear you. Yeah, that was Yalk. It was a single car. I think he just clipped the wall or something. He misjudged it, because he's the only car on track with damage at the moment that I can see. Yeah, I think he just spun the tyres up and went nose into a wall. Now in the LMP1 class, we're about to start seeing a four-way battle for the lead develop again. Favre, currently P2, right under the rear wing of Dom. Right behind them is Gumball, followed by Finn. Both of those cars running extremely fast as well at this stage. The big question mark remains Alvarez. Will he benefit from staying on those medium tyres longer than the drivers around him? He's lost another 2 seconds to Ruben so far. However, the gap to the cars ahead of him has stayed relatively consistent. Meanwhile in LMGT, Johto is back up to the lead. Phil 1 second behind him, Natty 8/10 behind Phil. Sem following them, followed by Husky, followed by Clemson. Sampa 52 seconds behind Clemson. Yalk about 30 seconds behind Sampa as a result of the additional pit stop he's just had to do for damage. And now under blue flags. Alvarez opting to now stop for tyres and some fuel. Question is, what sort of tyres has Alvarez opted for? Because if, like the other drivers around him, he's opted for a medium tyre to start with, surely he would go for the soft tyre at the change, and he has. That's interesting. It might mean that we see the leaders ahead opting for mediums later on in the race, if not right at the end of the race, to fulfill that obligation of 5 laps. Now we're about to start seeing this fight really heat up again in LMP1. Currently we have 4 cars within 3 seconds. This is going to be extremely close as they are all running identical strategies. All of them have started on the soft tyre. Nobody has stopped yet in this group. So they're all around the same level of fuel and the same level of tyre wear. The critical difference is 2 of these cars are Audis, 2 are Porsches. So that's going to factor into the decision making for both strategy and for driving technique for these drivers. The Audi tends to use a lot less hybrid at low speed and a lot more at high speed. Meanwhile, the 919 tends to use its hybrid just about everywhere around the circuit. Favre going 2 and a bit tenths faster there. Just coming into the Le Mans chicane right behind Dom, who is currently the leader and has been for some time. Gumball chasing both of them down while he himself is being chased by Finn in the WSR 919. WSR this season taking an interesting approach. They chose to switch from the 919 to the R18. An interesting call given the fact that there was only a couple of other teams that actually took that switch. between seasons, seeing the performance gain between the R18 and the 919 on some circuits. Now some of these teams, I believe Nexus may have been one of them to switch from the 919 to the R18. BNR was another. However, WSR chose to go the opposite direction. After a rather successful season running the Audi R18, they elected to switch the other direction to go to the Porsche, which is an interesting decision, it has to be said. It hopefully will pay off for them in the long run. WSR obviously an extremely successful team in their own right. However, with this slight technical change for the car that they're running for the season, they'll hopefully be looking at going for the championship by the end of it again. Obviously they've seen something in the performance of this car. That they don't see elsewhere. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. The track temperature is dropping slightly at the moment. Natty currently just under the rear wing of Phil. Both of those cars chasing Johto down for the lead in LMGT. Nobody in LMGT really within the top 6 has stopped yet, which is interesting given the fact that both Samper and Yalk have made at least a pit stop, if not 2 in Yalk's case, as a result of either damage or excessive tyre wear. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Dom and Favre are right together. Gumball is joining them as well as a result of the slipstream. So is Finn. This is going to get incredibly interesting here because all of these cars are starting to enter their pit window as well. Now this is interesting. The LMP... Whoa! That's another safety car. Somebody was already in the pits at the time. Natty was already in the pits before the pit lane closed. That's fine. That was, yeah. So, can I have... yeah. So, Natty took fuel and tyres, but he was in the pits before I called the safety car, which is fine. Right. So we've got... everybody's starting to line up. Do you mind, Johto, just allowing a gap to build ever so slightly between yourselves, because you guys are following the top. You guys in that 4 group that you're in are following one another quite close. Tell Finn that he can get a little bit closer to Phil if he would like, because he's quite far back at the moment. Right. What we're going to do is when we get to the banking, we'll do the switch around. So we'll get the LMP1s on Speedway 1 and 2 to go high and come past the GTs. Can you tell Alvarez that that doesn't mean start passing cars now? Because he very nearly went past Sampa there. Yeah. What we'll do is, when we get to the banking, we'll get everyone up to the right-hand side in LMP, and then they'll all go past. Tell Dom that if he needs to ramp the pace up to 100 miles an hour just to get the momentum shift for LMPs to come past, that's allowable. Yeah, tell the LMPs to go up to 100 miles an hour, so about 150 k's. If he doesn't speed up, I am just going to penalise him, because at this point he is causing an obstruction. Right. Right, all of the LMPs are in the right order. Where's Husky meant to be on position? Because he's on. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, pit lane will be open this time, bye. So, to explain what's happened, there was a lapping incident in the LMP1 and LMGT classes. One of the LMP1s went pretty hard into the tyre barrier at the first horseshoe on the infield, which triggered the safety car. This is the second safety car we've had so far today. The first one was triggered on lap 1 by both N3XUS Racing 911 RSRs in LMGT having separate incidents. Right, can you tell Yalk to speed up, because he isn't the leader. He's got the LMP1 leader ahead of him, he's not the actual leader at the moment. Yeah, that individual car he's got ahead of him is the leader. Just make him aware as well, he's got LMP1s coming past him. I don't know why they're coming past, but apparently they've decided they're all coming past. Both Alvarez and Flash looked to come past him. In a minute we're going to have to unlap Yalk anyway, so tell the leader to do about 100 k's and tell Yalk and only Yalk to go past the LMP1s and go full speed. And tell Flash to tuck into the bottom of the circuit now so that he can actually go past safely. Yalk's allowed to go full speed, he's unlapping himself, he's on LMGT lap 20, the rest of the field are lap 21. Yeah, we'll get Favre to go past Sampa now, get Favre to go past Sampa while we've got the space. Favre, not Flash. There's two Showtime guys here. And then, yeah, we'll leave the order as it is right now for the time being, and then we'll work out where people are. Because Sampa's still on the lead LMGT laps. Everyone else is. It's literally just Yalk who needs to run at full speed for about 3 laps to unlap himself. Yeah, we're just going to try and keep the grid rolling at 100 k's for the time being so that we can get Yalk unlapped as fast as we can. The good thing is where this is a relatively high speed circuit because of the speed difference, unlike the issue we had at Nürburgring last season with this, it's going to be a relatively quick process for Yalk to unlap himself. Yeah, just remind Finn as well that the pit lane is open if he needs it, because I can see what his tyres look like at the moment. We have a lot of people watching at the minute. Hello. We're under safety car for the second time today. Basically what happened was an incident. Yeah. It's going to be... Can you tell, like, Alvarez and Showtime to, like, Flash to back off of Finn, because they're all practically touching one another. Just tell them that I am watching and that they are going to get penalties if they keep following too close. They forget that I do have the ability to see everything, I think, Johto. That's not 3 car lengths, and I am going to give him a penalty if he doesn't drop back. Johto, how deaf are some of these guys, genuinely? Like, I don't know how many times I've had to say it in briefings. Can you tell Dom as well that he needs to back off the car ahead of him, and then get Sampa just to start easing off as well, because I know he's in front of you, but he can at least ease off. Can you get Husky to say it as well? Yeah, so has Yalk caught up to the back of the field? Yeah, he is. Right. In that case, at Speedway, on the Speedway back straight, we're going to get LMPs to go to the right, GTs to go to the left. LMPs are allowed to go up to 150 kph, so about 90 miles an hour to get past the LMGTs. The LMGTs are going to stay at 60 miles an hour. Yeah. Yeah, pass to the right. Yeah, Dom's just in a wall and now reversing. I don't know what the hell's happened there. Oh, and he's disconnected. Yep. Right, so have we got... Yep, so we've got Natty leading, Sampa, yep, that's right, that's all good, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. In that case, we will be going green this lap. Yeah, if Finn wants to give it a little bit more, he can. If he wants to go like 120 k's, he can ramp it up a little bit. Right, so we're about to go back to green here at Daytona. That was the end of safety car 2. We've got everybody back in the right order, back on the right lap, and we are back underway. Just under an hour has elapsed here. Should be going dark relatively soon. Time acceleration is at 8 times, so we should start seeing the sunset shortly. Furthermore, we've got a right mixture of cars at the moment. In the top 5 positions, we have 2 different manufacturers. We have 2 Audis, 3 Porsches in those positions. LMGT has restarted rather well. A lot of shuffling for position, a lot of people kind of diving in and out of traffic here and there. Really good racing so far in LMGT. The strategy game is really starting to pay off as well for some of these cars, because starting to see a mixture of tyre compounds and tyre states on these cars as well as they go around the lap. So now with the LMP1 field coming into turn 1, Finn opted to stay out under that last safety car. That has given him a pace advantage with fuel and tyres. However, it has given Alvarex a tyre advantage with a lot less tyre wear, however a lot more fuel in his car. The same goes for many cars behind them. Bolden has opted to take his mandatory medium tyres in this middle stint of the race, which could be interesting as it affords him a slightly longer run through this section. In that last safety car period we did have one retirement. It was Dom unfortunately disconnecting in the NXUS Racing LMP1 car. So we're down to 2 Audis and 4 Porsches in an LMP1. In LMGT we still have 2 Porsches, we have 2 BMWs, 2 Lamborghinis, a Lexus and an Audi. Currently the Audi is leading but not by much, 3/10 is the gap, and he has a Lexus and a Porsche for company. Well, not even a Lexus, a Lamborghini, my apologies, for company. Phil stuck behind the other Porsche at the moment of Husky. He's opted to take the soft tyre. Husky also on the soft tyre. All of the top 5 cars in this class right now, top 6 cars are on the soft tyre. In fact, just about everybody in LMGT is on the soft tyre. Sampa with nose damage on his BMW M6. Really unfortunate day so far for him. Johto. Hello. Are you able to ask Sampa what happened? Okay. This is going to be interesting because LMGT has just got a lot closer all of a sudden. 5 cars within a few seconds of one another, 6 cars within a few seconds of one another. Now, LMP1's interesting. The fight has kind of reversed itself now. Alvarex playing the strategy game rather well. All the way up to P3, fighting for P4 at the moment. Having started P7, now fighting for a good haul of points. Both of these cars almost equal at this stage. The question is who's getting the win out of this situation? 3 cars fighting for 1 position, all of them on the soft tyre, and a 4th car about to join this battle as well for P3. The question is who is going to get the best of this situation? It's interesting. Flash just going to the inside of Alvarez there, going down the back straight, coming into the Le Mans chicane, just coming out ahead. Alvarez opting to stay in the slipstream and just retain that momentum, trying to build up again. Meanwhile in LMGT, Natty and Sem are about to really start fighting here. The Audi and the Lamborghini are almost identical in terms of handling and performance, both running off an Audi-derived V10 power plant, naturally aspirated. Both of these cars sound almost identical, however, the real thing that matters is the driver. Natty, a very proven driver in this series, Sem very well proven as well. However, with the R8 being a new entry, it would be surprising to see it doing quite as well as it is at the moment for the remainder of the race. There's not much knowledge going on of that car in this series because nobody's really run it before. However, that being said, right behind them both is Husky in the 911 RSR for Nexus Racing. That is going to be incredibly close. The championship winners obviously last season in the Manufacturers Championship, with 3 wins over the season, or sorry, 4 wins over the season even in GT. 3 wins over the season in LMGT last season, 2nd in the Manufacturers Championship, and Husky goes past. This is crucial now because if Sem and Natty continue fighting, all that's going to do is allow the cars behind them to catch up. Now, as the sun sets, I think what we will do is ride on board with one of these LMGTs. I think we're going to ride on board with Yalk and the Lamborghini Huracan. This car moving around quite severely, I must say, in the banking. Quite a lot of bouncing going on from this car. Now this is a fantastically close battle here as the sun sets. Both of these cars are practically equal, both drivers as well. The big question for Yalk is there's a car behind him. It is Clemson. How close is Clemson to coming past? He's a second away at the moment. Phil is just backing him into Clemson ever so slightly with this fight, as this Lamborghini starts almost porpoising as it comes through the banking. Now Finn has opted to stop for tyres and fuel. That's going to put him almost 50 seconds behind Alvarez. However, he is going to have a tyre and fuel advantage coming in to the next round of pit stops, which may put him ahead later in the race. now. Now, Favre currently leading. It is his debut as well, so he is leading on debut. The big question right now is where is Gumball? And is he going to catch up? Gumball currently 8 and a bit tenths behind, the momentum clearly with him. He has fastest lap at the moment. The sun is setting here as well at Daytona, so we're going to get almost 90 minutes now of dark running, I'd imagine. Who was it? Yeah, that's a safety car. I've just seen it. That was, I can't even see who got damage out of that. Samper has damage, but it wasn't as a result of the incident. Yeah, pit lane's shut, by the way. Right, so just to work out where we are at the minute, none of the LMGTs need to unlap, which is good. None of the LMP1s need to unlap either, so it will literally just be a case of getting the safety car train formed and then opening the pit lane in a minute. So we've had 3 safety cars now. Word of the day, spacing. Right, now the pit lane's open because we've got the pack together. Well, in a minute, when we've got all of the cars clear of the pit entry. Did Finn stop, or is he still catching up? Yeah, that's Finn. I'm gonna double check that on the replay. Yeah. Yeah, pit lane's open now. Jesus Christ, we're averaging a safety car every 20 minutes at the moment. We are an hour and 8 minutes through, yeah? We're averaging a safety car basically every 22 minutes. So yeah, pit lane is open. If people would like to start stopping, they absolutely can. Huh? I didn't catch that, Joto. Oh, cool. The LMPs have shuffled. I didn't realise you'd done that. Yeah. Yeah. If people pit, obviously we'll continue the safety car for another lap. If not, we will go back to green shortly. We got at least 2, 3. Basically, LMP1 is everybody but Finn. Never mind. The pit sequence is everybody but Finn and Sen. That's a lot. The very back is Yolk. I would like to gently remind you, Joto, about spacing. Yeah, what we'll do is I'll do a ping later and we'll do a post-race debrief like we did for testing, because we need to still drill it into these guys apparently that spacing. I'm just going to put it in chat as well. Finn's got damage off the restart. Huh? I'm gonna leave it because he seems to be okay. Like, he didn't spin or anything. I think he just caught the wall on the T1, the hitbox. What happened? Who? Yeah, from the looks of it, yeah. He's got no damage, but yeah, he's got like 15 seconds now between him and the guy in front. It's about to be a lot more than 15 seconds the other way he's pitting. So to explain to everyone what's happening, we've just come off our third safety car of the evening. That one was triggered by, I forget exactly what, because we've had 3 of them now, but it was triggered by something. We threw the safety car. We're now on our third restart, and the top 3 is currently locked out by Porsches. So in the lead now is Flash, followed by Favre, followed by Ruben, followed by Alvarez, followed by Gumball and Finn. Leading LMGT is Sem in the Lamborghini for JM Trackside, followed by Johto, who is actually now just passing for the lead, followed by Natty in the R8, followed by Husky in the 911 RSR, followed by Yalk in the Huracan GT3, followed by Phil, followed by Samper and Clemson bringing up the rear. Now this is going to be interesting. Does Favre play the team game for Flash and try and hold up Ruben, or do all 3 of the Porsches work together and try and outrun the 2 Audis behind them? This is going to be an interesting thing to see play out, because at the moment it seems like Favre is backing Ruben up, and some of that appears to come from tyre compound, Favre being on mediums, Ruben on the softs. followed by Alvarez on a soft tyre, Gumball on a soft tyre, Finn on a medium tyre, Yalk just a little bit deep there into the grass. Phil still following him up, Sampa chasing both of them down as well. Phil on the medium tyre, Yalk on a soft tyre, Sampa on a soft tyre. Clemson slight damage on his front right corner. No damage to anybody else on the circuit as things are, so I'm not sure what that came from exactly. Johto, those blue flags are for Finn, by the way. Well, it appears that Ruben has got past Favre. It's just a question of whether Alvarez will now get past Favre as well. The tyre difference should be a major factor here. Favre on a medium tyre, slightly harder compound, on a colder track than earlier when most other people in LMP1 ran their medium tyre. So this could be a really interesting strategy decision to see how it plays out. The big question for me personally at this stage is, at what point does Ruben decide it's time to go and start upping his pace a little bit more? Because that Porsche 919 had loads of pace left in it in qualifying. The question is can he use any of that pace to catch up to Flash in the lead at the moment? Alvax now also right under the rear wing of Favre, the tyre difference starting to come into effect. Gumball currently P5, he is starting to gradually catch up to the cars ahead of him. Johto still leading in LMGT, followed by Sam, followed by Husky and Natty. Now this is fantastically close here between Husky and Natty. Both of those cars really quick here today, really close together as well on pace. We've got a yellow somewhere at turn... Never mind, I guess. There was a random yellow flag down through turn 1, turn 2 for apparently nothing. Oh. Was that you, Johto? Did you spin? Right. Yeah. I figured, considering I couldn't see anybody with damage other than the ones that were already known about, that it was skill issue. Sem now with the lead, and that's Husky hitting Natty. Now, coming down through the first horseshoe is Flash, the leader, followed by Ruben, followed by Favre, followed by Alvarez. We've got two battles with two Showtime FVR cars here. Favre and Flash, yellow flags again for Phil that time, a spin for him. Rear damage for Yalk. It appears the two had a coming together. Now Alvarez really close behind Favre. Will he think about the move into the Le Mans chicane? No, he doesn't. He looks for it, but he doesn't go for it. Now Alvarez has the momentum with him coming into Speedway 3 and 4. Will he close that gap down and start looking for an overtake into turn 1? Alvarez sends it to the inside, bangs doors with Favre and is through up into P3. They're about to come across the LMGT of Phil. He'll have blue flags. Alvarez will probably choose to go to the outside for the kink, and does. That now lets Favre through as well, just at the kink round the outside. Now Ruben is fighting with Flash for the lead. 3/10 is the gap. It surely doesn't look like that though. Ruben absolutely glued to the rear wing of that FVR 919. The big question out of all of this is Gumball. How fast will he have to go to catch up? 13.6 seconds is the gap. He's a quarter of a second faster than his previous fastest lap. That means that at this rate, if he continues that momentum, the fastest lap could drop from a 1:32.8 to a 1:32.6 or even a 1:32.5. Yellow flags at the Le Mans chicane. Samper with damage. Clemson with damage as well. We're going to call a safety car in a second because that was a 2-car incident. Yeah, safety car. Yeah, we'll call it now. That was a 2-car incident at the Le Mans chicane, we're going to call it. Because what? Okay. Yeah, let's get those LMP ones that are behind Sem and... Yeah, let's get the LMP ones ahead of the 3 GTs that we've got here. Yeah, let's get these LMP ones forward a minute. Right, we have... So, the pit lane is shut, by the way. And Yalk has pitted, and I was going to say pit lane was shut anyway, but Yalk has made an illegal pit stop. Yeah. Yeah, because the pit lane closes by default. He wasn't in it like Clemson before Unless he stopped immediately before the safety car, he's made an illegal stop. We'll look at the replay for that. Right, so as far as LMGT goes, everybody is on the same lap. LMP1, everyone's on the same lap as well. It's just a matter of getting everybody caught up. Yeah, we'll open pit lane now, yeah. Yeah. Ah, well, it's open now. Yeah, nobody has though, which is good. Yeah, pit lane's open. Right, yeah, right, we'll get everybody round. We are at the halfway point, and I was right, by the way, it's about every 22 minutes we're having a safety car. We've just hit the safety car record, by the way, because the most we've ever had was 3, this is the 4th. Can you just remind everyone spacing for the 3rd time? There is, yeah, when we finish this up, by the way, we are going to do a debrief, and that is going to be the main topic, is I'm going to shout at everyone, because I shouldn't have to say it multiple times in the same race to maintain the gap. Like, it's not difficult. Yeah, tell Finn he can pass the GTs in front of him. Can you tell Ruben if he wants to go up to 150 Ks he can do, just so that we go this, not 130 Johto, 150, just so that we get this over with quicker. Johto, 150 Ks. 150 as well for LMGT, because that way we're just getting the lap a little bit quicker. Can you tell Natty to catch up to Sam, because otherwise he's going to be falling back excessively. It looks like the opinion of basically everybody but Natty is pit. Natty and Clemson have stayed out, and Yalk has stayed out as well. Yeah, tell Alvarex he is not the leader right now. The leader is ahead of him, Alvarez that he is not the leader. Right, all of the GTs are on the lead lap, which is fine. All of the LMPs are on the lead lap as well, so yeah. And then, yeah, pass around again. I think we're going to stop doing the shuffles before the pit lane opens, Johto, just for speed now. Because, like, if we're going to have a safety car every 20 minutes like we have been, there's no point pre-shuffling the pack just for the pit lane to unshuffle it again and have to reverse that. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter for the sake of speed if we... Yeah. Yes. LMPs are in the right place. Yes, we can be. Somebody has just clipped a cone. Not sure how somebody has clipped a cone, but somebody's just clipped a cone. So we've got the LMP1s coming out of Speedway 3 and 4. They're getting ready to go. We're going to have a lot of stewarding after this, Johto. Some of these LMP1s are really fighting one another. But yeah, do you mind telling Sam that in a minute, when you're not as busy, that his hazard lights are still on? Never mind, he's just turned them off. So yeah, we're back underway here at Daytona. A little bit over halfway through the race now. It is currently night time. Our leader in LMGT is currently Natty for FVR in the R8, followed by Yalk in the JM Trackside Lamborghini, followed by Husky, Clemson, Johto, Phil, Sem and Sampa. Meanwhile, in LMP1, the leader is currently Favre. He's starting to pull away from the pack. Finn is chasing him down, followed by Alvarez, followed by Gumball and Ruben. The big question remains now, with only 2 Audis left in this race as the third retired. What is going to happen in terms of the result? Because right now the Porsches are absolutely crushing it. They are first and second. Third is an Audi, fourth is an Audi, fifth and sixth are both Porsches as well. So there is a very large Porsche sandwich with Audi filling at the moment. The big question as well is can Audi, for the first time ever, win both classes potentially? Because they're currently leading in the LMGT class with Natty in the R8. Can Gumball or Alvarez close this gap up to the leaders in front of them enough that we see Audi win both classes. It's certainly possible. We saw in qualifying that both of these cars have good speed. But equally, that being said, the Porsches are just running faster at the moment. We saw this last season at night as well. The Porsches would run significantly faster here at Daytona compared to their daytime speed. However, it doesn't stop the Audis from starting to take advantage. Alvarez at the last safety car, he opted not to change tyres, which is an interesting call. However, his tyres aren't significantly worn, so he can afford that decision. Meanwhile, the two cars ahead of him both chose to change tyres to a fresh set of softs, and it is starting to show in the speed of those cars. So, looking at LMGT again briefly, the top 5 are all really close together. Top 6 even really close together. In fact, all 7 of the LMGT cars, all 8 of the LMGT cars, sorry, are incredibly close together at this stage. Sampa bringing up the rear after some damage. Sem on the medium, Phil on the soft, Joto on the medium, Clemson on the soft, Husky on the soft, Yauk on the soft, and under attack from Husky. Husky looking to the inside into the Le Mans chicane, hard on the brakes. Yauk tucks in behind him. Husky grabs P2. Now Husky can start hunting Natty down. This is going to be where it gets interesting, because Husky's going to be bringing Yauk and Clemson with him at the moment, because all of these cars behind Natty have outright speed. Clemson looking to the outside of Yauk into turn 1. And Clemson makes the move, stick into turn 1. No, he doesn't. He's forced wide. Yauk defending absolutely to the limit and beyond there. That surely will be investigated later. Now, something else important to note actually, before we came into this race, oh, hang on, there was a small off there for Sem. He managed to get going again. Before we came into this race, DRA last week announced that we have a new partnership. We are partnered now with Fuel Can Shop. Now, this is a partnership basically for merchandise for the team, so if you want to get your hands on... Huh? Oh, that'll be the, yeah, turn 1 hitbox that I was talking about. Sorry to interrupt that, there we go. So, Gumball's got damage. That was from, yeah, looking at where it was hit, that was from the turn 1 invisible wall. We'll keep it green for now, because it's not, like, he's able to keep going as things are, but if there's another incident, we will go straight to another caution. We're going to stay green for the time being. Clemson really in the middle of a huge battle here. He is fighting with 4 cars behind him, all vying for his position, second position or sorry, 3rd position overall in LMGT. Phil is really starting to ramp up the pressure, Johto's starting to ramp up the pressure. Behind them, Yalk and Sem both trying to ramp the pressure up as well, and all of this is going to allow Sampa to close up this fight as well. Gumball opting to pit to repair the damage and possibly put some more fuel in the car after that contact with the wall. All of the other LMPs are continuing on now. Now, to go back to what I was explaining, DRA, prior to the season, signed a new partnership with FuelCan.shop. It allows you basically to buy merchandise for the teams participating in DRA. So you can get merchandise based off of the WSR cars, you can get merchandise based off the BNR cars, the P1 cars, the FVR cars, the Nexus cars. Pick a car in this series, you can get merchandise based off that team. And if you use the code FUELDRA, that is FUELDRA, you get 20% off of your order. The other fantastic thing this affords as well is obviously it affords some more recognition for some of the teams in this series, as well as the series itself. It's a brilliant partnership and you should all go and have a look at this. Now, going back to the race, Gumball, having just pitted, he's fixed the damage. He's opted to not change tyres or fill up with fuel so that the car stays relatively light and relatively fast. Alvarez's tyres are starting to wear down a little more now. However, he still has pace left in that car, so he's probably going to stay with those tyres for a while longer. Meanwhile, in LMGT, Clemson and Phil side by side in the banking again. Those cars fighting for third position in LMGT. And as things are right now, they are starting to really get their elbows out. There's been quite a lot of door bashing and quite a lot of pushing around and shoving as well so far. And I have a feeling, unfortunately, it may only be a matter of time before these two come together again, and it might not end as well. Clemson with a run coming into turn 1, he looks to the inside, has a quick think about it, doesn't quite go for it, looks to the outside, also doesn't manage to get round there. Blue flags are out. That will be for our leader in LMP1. That will be for Favre as he comes through the field. Interesting thing to note so far, the FVR 919 seem to be having some trouble with traffic management. They've both had incidents so far in this race where they've made contact with LMGT cars as they go past under blue flags. Yeah, that's... yeah. Yeah, we're going yellow again. Yeah. Yeah, pit lane's shut. Yeah. So we've got at least one... We've got two cars in GT with damage. And then we've got... yeah, 2 cars in GT with damage. And to think that I thought we were going to see a record for number of laps completed coming into this. In fact, we're not. We're going to see a different record, and it is the number of safety cars. We're up to 5 safety cars, which, considering we're averaging one every about 20 minutes now, it's been about 20 minutes since the last one, and we're back under safety car again. Yeah. Do you want to get the leader just to speed up to 90 miles an hour? Just get everybody going a little bit quicker, because this is at the point now where we just need to make these safety cars happen as fast as possible, otherwise drivers are going to start being frustrated. Pits are open now. Yeah, we're going to stay as we are, no switching over of stuff. 56, 56, 56, all of the LMPs are on the same lap. And all of the LMGTs are on the same lap. That is a penalty for Flash. He has just overtaken under safety car despite being told not to. Yeah, pits are open. Finn, everybody has opted to pit apart from Finn and Gumball. So we will have 2 LMP1s for people to form up onto. Yeah. We'll get Finn to go up to 150 k's again, just so that we got a bit more speed again. Yeah. There's only about, I think there's only 2 cars that don't have any damage on their bodywork at the moment, and that is Natty and Sem. Everyone else, I think the only other one might be Finn. Everyone else has got dented bodywork at some stage. Maybe Ruben as well might have good bodywork, but literally everybody else has dents and smashed headlights and literally everything. Yeah. If Finn wants to speed up to 150 k's, now would be the time. Just for spacing. Because if he doesn't and there's an incident, we're going to end up with LMGTs piling in. Yeah, there we go, he's sped up to... So we're back underway here at Daytona. That was our 5th safety car. We appear to be averaging one every 20 minutes or so at the moment. And yeah, it has been utter chaos so far. Yellows. Who have we got yellows for? That was literally yellows for no... Oh, great. Ruben's been hit. And we're back under safety car. Yeah. Yeah, Ruben's got damage, big time. Front nose, front left suspension, engine. I think he. Yeah. Get Finn to speed up, and we'll get on with it. So to explain what's happened, basically I think Ruben's hit that T1 hitbox really hard. Because of where I caught him limping and where the yellows were, that's probably the only explanation. Yeah, we're doing quick yellow now for this one because of how bunched up everybody is. It's literally one car that should be pitting, possibly as many. The only others that might is Gumball and Finn, because they didn't pit under that last one, and yeah, Ruben as well because he's got damage. But yeah, welcome to Daytona. Yeah, we're going to spend a lot longer under safety car. We've spent about the same amount of time now under safety car as we have green flag. We're literally averaging one every about 20 minutes. We've had 2 where we've literally had the race start and then gone straight to safety car for a lap 1 incident. And then we've had another this time where we've had the safety car restart. There's been an incident. Johto, would you also kindly remind them that that we are going to be doing a debrief after the race, and there is going to be a lot of discussion about following distance, because I'm seeing it again. It's literally 2 hours now, and half of what I've said is maintain 3 car lengths. Yes, should be. Who asked that, Johto? Yeah. It's 3 car lengths, because if they're not at 3 car lengths, it's just going to repeat what we've just had, where we literally go from safety car to safety car. Yeah, and we're back underway for the 6th time at Daytona. Basically, people keep hitting either each other or walls, and every single time we're throwing safety cars, they're then still hitting each other or walls, basically immediately afterwards. So yeah, and Husky's gone incredibly deep at turn 1. Yeah, I saw contact in the midfield of LMGT as well there. There's no damage, but like, Jesus, what's who doing? Is somebody gone a bit berserk, Johto? It's just what? Yeah. Yeah, it's got to a point where all of the guys are getting frustrated, and I think rightfully so with the safety cars, but like at the same time, it doesn't justify crashing into one another, because all that's going to do is irritate everyone when somebody gets damaged and we have to throw yet another safety car. But yeah, no, so that's really close. Oh, somebody was off there again. That was Yalk going off. This is just chaos in LMGT. What on earth is going on? LMP1 isn't much better. The leader's pulled away 3 seconds. P2 is backing up P3. P3 and P4 are fighting. P5 is catching P4, and P6 is on the back of P5. Like, there's 5 cars in or 6 cars in LMP1 are within 5 seconds. This is just chaos. what on earth is going on in LMGT? Sem and Natty have just gone mad. Like, I'm watching this, I'm genuinely speechless, because they're just door banging with everything. Sorry, Johto? You tell them not to do stupid shit, yet I feel like we're about to see some stupid shit. Yeah, this is bordering on ridiculous in the LMGT class. Like, there is 7 cars in a matter of seconds of one another, if that. And it is just going to end in tears the way that they're all driving. So let's just quickly recap where we are in terms of the race. We are about an hour and 10 minutes in. Currently leading is Favre, followed by Gumball, followed by Ruben, followed by Finn, followed by Flash, followed by Alvarez. In LMGT, WSR is leading with Phil, followed by Johto, followed by Natty, Husky, Sem, Yalk, Clemson, and then Sampa. And it has been utter chaos. We have had a grand total of 6 safety cars so far. That is the most we have ever had in any DRA race. We have had 1 retirement. That was Dom. He retired basically as a result of his internet dying on him. Not fantastic, however, not a major drama, as it has allowed... as a result of his retirement, it has allowed the LMP1 field to... fight a lot, but also at the same time it's allowed a little bit more aggressiveness into the LMP1 field, because they're all now fighting for 1 less place. Meanwhile in LMGT, as a result of the 6 safety cars, everybody is about the same on tyres and fuel at the moment. And a lot of fighting is going on in this midfield. There is 5 cars that have been consistently fighting for positions. Door banging, bump drafting, you name it, they've done it. Now at the moment, Yalk is fighting Clemson for P6 in LMGT. Ahead of them is Sem, Yalk's teammate in P5 in LMGT. And all of these cars have genuinely only just in the last sort of lap and a half started settling down. What happened, Johto? Your what? Ah, okay. In a word, this is chaos. It's about to get worse, because for the first time in quite a while, we're about to have the LMP1s come through the LMGT field at the fastest part of the circuit. Now, Favre's leading at the moment. He's just passed Sampo. He's closing up on the rest of the LMGT field. Followed by Gumball, about 3 seconds behind. Followed by Finn, Ruben, Flash and Alvarez bringing up the rear in LMP1. Favre just catching Yalk and Clemson going into turn 1. He goes to the inside, makes the move relatively safely, and starts driving after Sem now. This is going to be interesting, and we're about to have another safety car. One of the two Lamborghinis just absolutely speared the wall. Are we letting what? What? And what, the LMPs? Where is the leader in relation? The LMP leader is ahead of you all. Yeah. Yeah, no, so pit lane is very closed. Who's just spun at the very back of the field? Yalk has just spun, because he's got rear damage. And we're under safety car again. They've just got a... Oh, and Yalk's just gone. Okay. Right. In that case, we will open the pits and just start getting ready to go green again. Yeah, this has been one of those races, I think, Johto, where it was going to be chaos anyway, because everybody has waited the better part of 3 weeks to actually do it. But at the same time, like, I wasn't anticipating 7 safety cars worth of trouble. Ruben has opted to stay out, and Natty has opted to stay out. Ruben is going to be... Yeah, we'll get Ruben to... just tell Ruben to pass Natty so that we've actually got an LMP1 in the right place. Yeah, tell Ruben to go past, because he's not passing at the minute. It's literally just so that we've got the LMP1 marker at the lead, so that we know, so that when the other P1s want to go by and we shuffle, that we're in the right way round. Right. Yeah, this has been genuinely utter chaos so far. Did somebody not wait to pass? Right, have we got all of the cars in the right order again? Yes. Is everybody on the lead lap? Yes. Right, green this lap. Can you tell Ruben that if he wants to speed up to 150 k's, he can? Yeah, this is just... Jesus. Everybody is trying... It's literally Daytona 500 fever has come to DRA, basically, but we're on the road course. Everybody is trying to win, and it is just causing chaos. And the thing is as well, where there's no mechanical DNFs, it's just making it even more chaotic. Finn somehow has damage. Yeah. Alvarez and Flash went around the outside of him on the restart, so I think Finn just had a bad restart, might have clipped somebody, but nobody else in front of him has damage. This has just genuinely been the most chaotic DRA race we have ever seen. Ever. Because what's happened is Daytona fever has come to DRA, and everybody, the LMP1s and the LMGTs, all of the drivers are just trying to win a little bit too hard. Like, there's been some of these incidents, genuinely, where if some of the drivers weren't trying to win as hard as they are, most of these incidents wouldn't have happened. Excuse me for 2 seconds. Sorry, coverage is going to just stop for a second because that is somebody who is not meant to be here. And we're back. Yeah, so Ruben is currently leading. Favre P2, Gumball P3, Flash P4, Alvarez P5, Finn P6. Natty currently leads in LMGT, followed by Johto, followed by Phil, Sem, Clemson, Samper, and Husky. Husky has nose damage. Where on earth did that come from? Okay. Yeah, this has legitimately been the most chaotic race ever in DRA. We've not had many issues with pit stops, pit lane being open versus shut and people pitting when they shouldn't, relative to normal. We've just had issues with drivers racing significantly harder than they need to be. So shortly, I don't know whether you can tell us, Johto, is there any evidence of the sun coming up yet? Right. Hopefully it will be in the next sort of 10 minutes or so that we'll start seeing sunlight, because it should be in the next 10 minutes or so, because we were set to late morning at the start. Ruben's still leading here at Daytona, followed by Favre and Gumball. Gumball currently has the fastest lap. It was set just before the last safety car, 1:32.3. The big question is who's going to be fastest, because Flash is currently going purple. He is attempting a fastest lap. Alvarez now P5 in LMP1 is not going purple. And Finn also not going purple. Natty still comfortably leading, relatively comfortably leading LMGT, followed by Johto, followed by Sem and Phil. Clemson bringing up the rear of that group in P5, followed by Sampler and Husky, 22.5 seconds back after an unscheduled stop. Now the big question remains is, will we see another safety car before the end of the race? Because we've had 7, and the numbers at the moment say absolutely we're going to see another one, because we've been having a safety car almost every 20 minutes. Like, you get about 10 minutes of green flag running, and then you have about another 7 for every 10 or 12 minutes of green flag running. We then have about another 7 of safety car running. That was very nearly another safety car there, Johto, because Natty went deep at turn 1. Phil, Sam and Clemson nearly collected him. That was a lot closer than I'd have liked to see it be. No, he literally just went deep. But Natty is now trying to cause a safety car of his own, it seems. He's just rear-ended Phil, but neither of them have got damage. Everybody is literally just trying to win this race too hard today. Now, the other big thing here as well is the fact that, obviously with the LMP1 class, it's quite close at the front. Bolden, also Gumball, currently fighting Favre for P2 overall, having had multiple incidents himself. Ruben currently leading, however, he is on significantly older tyres and significantly less fuel than the 2 cars behind him, so he's possibly got an additional pit stop on top of the one that he's already got. Could you possibly just Johto, could you possibly just gently remind Ruben he's got his hazard lights on still? Yeah, there we go, and the hazard lights are off. this is going to be interesting going into turn 1. Gumball's just got ahead of Favre. Flash opts for the pit lane. I wonder whether he started trying to back time the end of the race with this stop to be able to be on the best set of tyres possible right at the end of the race relative to the guys ahead of him, because a set of tyres will go for about 35 minutes here. It's been seen already, but without safety car intervention, a set of tyres will go for about 35 minutes. Interestingly enough, Flash opts for fuel only. It might be because his tyres aren't particularly worn, it might be because he's just worked out just how long of a distance there is to the end of the race and he knows he's not going to make it. The other thing here as well is the fact that Alvaric's running P4, currently 4.5 seconds behind Favre, 6.3 seconds ahead of Finn. Finn obviously with nose damage and suspension damage on that front left after contact. What is going to happen? Because the top 3 are all within 1.5 seconds. If Alvarix was to catch this group up, he would then be in with a shot of winning. The big question is can he? Because, whoa, Ruben is lagging all over the place. Bolden currently P2, half a second behind Ruben now. Favre P3, starting to just drop back slightly from the 2 cars ahead of him. Gumball really pressuring Ruben now for this lead position. Gumball obviously grabbing pole earlier, having several incidents, especially one notably extremely early on in the race. On the way back to the front now, a purple sector 1. Gumball's last lap also notably the fastest lap of the race, so this car has genuine pace in it and he is looking to take advantage. Now in the LMGT field, Phil, Natty and Sem are all in one big gaggle of cars. There's 3 of them there, being followed by Clemson and Husky. Sampa now behind Husky, having back-timed his stop to the end of the race to make it. The big question is will Husky make it with 3/4 of a tank of fuel left? I'm not convinced he will. In front, Clemson will also likely need to do another stop, the same as Natty and Phil and Joto leading the class. Meanwhile in LMP1, Finn will likely need to do another stop. Alvarix won't need to do another stop. He could do another stop if he needed. Favre likely won't need to do another stop. Neither Ruben will, but not for the same reason. Ruben will need to stop for a splash and dash, and more likely than not, the thing that will get him will be the tyres. Gumball now leading the race for the first time in about 50 laps. Can he now start taking advantage and running off into the distance? Now, the other big question as well coming out of this is what will happen in terms of the championship, because if things were to finish as they are now, Gumball would be leading the championship. Ruben P2, Favre P3, obviously we're in the first race of the season. However, looking at the long-term impact, a 5th place finish here for WSR in the LMP1 class would not necessarily blunt, however, it wouldn't be conducive to to a run at a championship this season, or at least it wouldn't be, considering as well this is one of the races that offers higher points, significantly higher points than most other rounds, as it is one of the 3-hour endurance races. Now, the other big question that remains is this. In LMGT, who's in the best position to win right now? Obviously, Johto is leading for Nexus Racing. P2 is Phil for WSR in their Lexus. P3 is Natty, challenging for position with Phil. And Natty goes extremely deep and gets reset in the Le Mans chicane after trying to cut it. This will afford Husky about 10 seconds worth of catch up onto Natty. It's also going to reduce Natty from being third all the way down to being fifth in the class, fourth in the class even. No, fifth in the class, my apologies. So, with daylight coming, Natty's opting to pit. He's going to have to take tyres and fuel, as he didn't pit under the last safety car, of which we have had 7. It is the most safety cars we have had in any single DRA race. It has been rather chaotic, and it would not be a great surprise if we see more incidents to follow. Natty in the pit lane, so he's going to drop all the way to the back of the LMGT class as he refuels. Sampa taking advantage now, fresh tyres, more fuel, just starting to close up to the cars ahead. Alvarez now having opted to pit, he has fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. An interesting call, considering he may not need that full tank of fuel to actually make it to the end of the race here. The other thing to consider as well is in front of him, Flash is about 75% of a tank of fuel, going significantly faster. Finn with damage on worn tyres. Those tyres might just make it to the end, but what position would he be in, because he has 2 incredibly fast cars behind him that could catch up if he were to make a mistake. Now that we've actually got into a kind of slightly longer green flag run, we are, we've got about 15 minutes into a green flag run here, and everything has just started to settle down as the sun comes back up here at Daytona. It's going to be a really interesting finish as we get towards the end of the race, just on account of the fact that, well, we've had 7 safety cars. The pack is actually still rather close to one another, even at this rather late stage in the race. And, yeah. All of the cars have shown pace at different phases throughout this race, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Right now, the favourite is Gumball by about 5.5 seconds in LMP1. In LMGT, the favourite right now is Johto by about 4.7 seconds. However, he still does have a couple of cars behind him that are still within range if he were to make a mistake. Now, let's go and ride on board with... You know what? Let's ride on board with Gumball as he comes through the banking here. The Audi LMP shaking extremely violently in the banking as a result of the suspension bottoming out on the right-hand side. Just coming down into turn 1 now. Ahead is Sampa, the M6 for BNRacing. Gumball's going to go round the outside, past him rather comfortably, into the first horseshoe, and he's going to let off the throttle and absolutely fire it out of the corner. The current gap to P2, 5.2 seconds, down by 3/10. On board with P2 now as he's trapped behind Natty, coming through the kink. 400ths purple in the first sector. So a fast lap to begin with here for Favre. It's just going to be interesting to see whether he can hold that together or not. Favre now goes past Sampa. Now Favre is now 6.4 seconds behind Gumball. Gumball absolutely charging back through the tri-oval now towards the start-finish line to start his 82nd lap. The sun now in the air and the track starting to warm up. Gumball now 7.5 seconds ahead of Favre. That leaves a big question. What does Finn do? Finn has stayed out. Interestingly, he's not responding to Ruben pitting at this stage, despite the damage and the worn tyres. Ruben opting for fresh tyres and for a tank of fuel to get him to the end of this race. He won't have to take much fuel as there is only 20 minutes left. He'll have to take about 15 laps or so of fuel, maybe a bit less. About half a tank on board of that 919 now. Now the other big question here is Alvarez. Obviously he pitted a few laps ago. His car is a little bit lighter, a little bit more worn tyres. However, he is just starting to build that momentum back up. The gap 10.3, 10.4 to Ruben. Let's just see if it goes up or down over the next couple of laps. The other interesting thing here to note, of course, is the fact that with the variety in cars we've seen, there is a genuine level of variety and strategy as well here. A lot of these cars looking incredibly bashed up and dented after the night portion of this race. A lot of incidents occurred. largely with involving contact with walls and retaining walls. Daytona as a circuit has a large number of walls that in Gran Turismo at least it's extremely easy to clip them and get damage, just purely because of the hitboxes of the cars and the walls. It may not seem like you're going to hit a wall, but sometimes, as many drivers have seen today, both in qualifying and the race, you think you're missing the wall, and then all of a sudden the car has damage and you're sideways. Sem now opting to come to the pits as well. This is going to bring him out with Husky, I would imagine. He won't need much fuel, however he will be opting, I'd imagine, to bring some fresh soft tyres out of the pit lane with him. Sem opting just to do a little bit of fuel as well in the refill. He has come out exactly where I predicted. He has come out with Husky. And we are back in beautiful sunshine here in Daytona. Now, the big question remains, what's going to happen in this race? Because right now, the strategy battle is playing out in LMGT. A lot of these cars are on extremely worn tyres. However, some of the cars like Sem, who have got fresh tyres and low fuel now to finish the race on, they've got about 18 minutes left and a lot of pace. Sem, with the fresh tyres and the same fuel as Husky, is going faster. Now, the other thing to note as well here is that the marginal differences as well between fuel and tyre strategy. Sem has slightly higher fuel, slightly worse tyres than Natty. Natty, slightly lower fuel, slightly better tyres, significantly faster. It may partially be due to the car, however, some of it will be due to the tyre situation as well. Now, the other thing to note as well is that Gumball has made a rather good margin, about 13 seconds as things are right now from Favre, followed by Finn about 20 seconds behind him, Flash about 10 seconds back from him, Ruben 5 seconds back and closing from Flash. Flash has extremely worn tyres at this stage, Ruben does not. Clemson also just pitting there. Or was he pitting, in fact? Because he appears to have added fuel, but his tyres haven't been changed. The other interesting thing really to note here is the variety in strategy decisions. A lot of drivers, now that we've introduced the 2 compound rule, opting to take tyres at interesting moments, especially on like safety car restarts, for example. There were several people who took a medium tyre under the safety car, knowing that they would likely get their mandated 5 laps in, but also at the same time that because of when it was in the race that they were taking this tyre, that there would also likely be another safety car shortly following it. Now, the other thing as well to note is the not just the variety in strategy, but the variety in potential strategy for the remainder of the race. Gumball may still need to pit another time in order to make the end of this race. Looking at the state of Gumball's fuel, it is going to be incredibly close whether he makes the end of this race or not. Looking at Favre's tyres and Gumball's tyres, I would suggest that perhaps they might want to be they might both want to be doing an additional stop in the next few minutes, which would then potentially trigger a reaction from Finn and Flash as well, which would then, potentially as a result of all of that, put Ruben back in the lead. Now that is a real question. What would happen if we were to see Gumball pit right now? Where would he cycle out to? A pit stop is about 40 seconds, so surely he would cycle out just ahead of Ruben if he did stop at the moment. The question is though, obviously as well, is it worth it? Well, considering his fuel's just dipped into the red, I would suggest he's going to not... It's not going to be a case of if he needs to pit, he's going to have to pit. Looking at the fuel on that Audi now, as I can see it, that car needs fuel in it to make the end of the race. It has almost no fuel in it since the 10% alert of the fuel marker turning red has activated. Gumball is going to have to pit out of the lead of this race. It's just a question of whether Favre behind him reacts or not, because if he does and he takes tyres, it would bring Favre out behind Gumball and possibly behind Finn as well, but it would bring them out in a position where they can go faster and make the end of the race. It's just a question of what will Gumball do, because he's in this impossible situation now where if he doesn't pit, he likely won't make it to the end. If he does pit, he likely won't win. Gumball opts to stay out for one more lap. The amount of fuel these LMP1s have been going throughout this race would suggest that potentially after this lap Gumball would have one more before he ran out of fuel. And Gumball almost losing his nose there to the LMGTs of Husky and Sem ahead of him, and now behind him. The big question as well that remains is, will Gumball stop or not? He has a 24, nearly 25 second gap. He's obviously lifted his pace up just a little bit in order to stay ahead. The other big question, of course, is with this gap, how much of it would be used by Gumball diving into the pits, putting a fresh set of tyres on and filling up a little bit on fuel? Because the car's on fumes now. There is no doubt that Gumball is going to have to stop before the end of this race, in my mind. It's a minute and a half a lap and he is going to be out of fuel in the next lap and a half, maybe 2 laps. He's got to pit at some point. And there it is, Gumball commits to the pit lane. The question is now, just fuel or tyres and fuel? If I was in Gumball's position with those tyres, I'd want tyres and fuel just for the final 8 minutes, for that final charge. 2% fuel as he comes into the pit lane. He really did leave that to the absolute last moment possible. Now, Favre's going to come past. Finn likely won't come past. Gumball opts to take fuel only. That's going to bring him out 2 seconds behind Favre. Favre's tyres are in about the same position as Gumball. However, Gumball has had the faster car all race. The big question now is that 2 second gap in the next 8 minutes, what can Gumball do to close it? And the other big question as well is, should Gumball have selected some tyres perhaps? Would it have been a better move to have a fresh set of tyres in this moment in order to just have a little more speed over Favre in front of him? Because that gap's now 2.4 seconds. Could we see Gumball lose the race due to not taking tyres? The gap's 2.2 seconds. Gumball is going absolutely flat out now for the end of this race. Bless you. Somebody sneezed. Johto, has Gumball said anything on the party about tyres or fuel? Yeah. He and Favre are about the same on tyres and fuel now, so it's literally just pure pace. Yeah. To be fair, you probably could have taken tyres anyway, because Phil is low on fuel. In fact, quite a lot of people in LMGT are extremely low on fuel. Yeah. You probably should have. The gap between Favre and Gumball is staying about where it is. It's just, can Gumball find anything to get that car to go faster? The next big move that's going to happen is going to be right here. Ruben is going past Flash for P4. Flash on extremely worn tyres and slightly higher fuel. Ruben on significantly lower fuel but significantly better tyres. Husky asked what, sorry? Yeah. Right now the gap between Favre and Gumball is 2.1 seconds and falling. The question is what's going to give out first? Favre's tyres or Gumball's tyres? Because Gumball arguably should have taken tyres on that stop. It would have cost him 3 seconds, but he would have had a huge advantage. Or Favre could just go deep into turn 1 and hand Gumball 6/10 for free and get him into slipstream range. Both work. Gumball now is going to be smelling blood in the water. He can smell that the win is still on the table with 4 minutes left here. And Favre's gone a little bit wide. He went a little bit into the grass. That's going to hand Gumball a little bit more time as well. The gap now at 1.6 seconds. That was Finn. He is out of fuel. The big question is where's Alvarez in relation to him, because Alvarez is in Speedway 4 now, just coming through to the tri-oval. Finn has only just got to the box, so they're going to come out side by side, potentially. Yeah, Alvarez has closed that gap down by 23 seconds to Finn. Ruben is half a second behind Flash. Gumball, with 40 seconds on the clock, is going to get one more lap. And with the gap at 1.3 seconds, he's got to do everything to get past. 1.1 seconds now. Gumball is in the red. Favre might run out of fuel I think it's going to be... There's one more lap than Favre banked on, because that gap is now 0.7 of a second. Is Gumball going to try and win the race on the last lap? Favre now 0.7 of a second. The gap's gone up a little bit. 0.8 of a second. Favre's pulling away slightly, but Favre is extremely low on fuel here. He might even run out of fuel before the end of the lap. Gumball is now 0.6 behind Favre. Does Favre have enough fuel to make it to the end of the lap? Because that car is on about 1%. Favre's going to run out of fuel. Favre ran out of fuel. Bolden's going to win. Oh my goodness. That happened at the line. Like, Gumball got him with about 200 metres in it because Favre ran out of fuel. Flash is going to come back P3, Ruben P4, Finn P5, Alvarez P6, Johto wins in LMGT, Sem P2. Jesus, I had a feeling the end was going to be dramatic, but like, whoa. That was just genuinely beyond crazy. Holy cow. That was the craziest finish I think we've ever had. Because the Watkins Glen finish in LMGT was crazy for the same reason as the finish today, but it was nowhere near as close. That was genuinely bonkers. Yeah, we've been here for 5 hours and it's only just finished, and holy cow. Yeah, I told you that Gumball should have taken tyres and he'd have got him quicker, and he didn't. Like, he should have afforded those extra 2 seconds for tyres because of the pace difference it would have given him. Can somebody invite me into that party? Thanks. It's the... Thanks.
I mean, I did nothing wrong in my opinion. So.
Well, that was chaotic.
Is
That was-
over here now, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was genuinely nuts. Holy shit.
Yeah, just pure carnage.
Do you...
Pure race in the end.
Gumball, you probably didn't realise this. About a lap and a half before the finish, I had called it that we were going to see either you or Favre run out of fuel. And I was right. Say hi to Twitch before I turn it off, by the way.
Hi.
Right.
Twitch.
Bye, Twitch.